get paid so much.
Amazing.
Amazing efforts.
Oh man, I bet that's quite a. Kevin has it, and he should give it to you. Okay. Do we need to put them on these computers as well, or just those? Okay. Oh, it's in my bed. I don't want to give it away.
I gotta look it up.
I got the superintendent file. You probably. He cheated. He plagiarized his dissertation at Cotton.
Oh.
So do you want to back pocket or? Back pocket's good. Let me empty my pockets. Or you just want to slide it in? And then I turn it into my stand-up comedy. You want to just put it? Yeah, you can slide it in. Yeah.
Pain is comedy, right?
Tragedy plus time, man. I mean, his tragedy plus my time. You probably just put it in your pocket if you want. You know what? Should I put it back here? No, that's cold. Yeah. There you go. That'll work. Do you want to either just clip it here or? Sure. Let me run up through. I'm all the way up. Nothing can stop. I'm not a. Where do you think this should go? Audio. Do you want to do like an audio check? You clip that for me. I just have you on the board. So we probably. Sorry. It's okay. Does that work? Here, let's give it a test. Yep. Check 1 2, mic check 1 2 1 2 1 2, mic check 1 2, mic check 1 2 3 4. Pa, pa, pa. You picking that up? So it's not going to be pumped in for this room. It's just to catch me for the. All right. That's good. That makes sense. Check 1 2 1 2. I'll take a little bit. What's up, Ryan? How are you? What's up? Check 1 2. You tell me. It sounds good to me. Yeah. Picks up my sniffs. Can hear my guttural noises. Check. All the way up. Here, I'll give you a card. You got a card or LinkedIn? How do we connect?
We can connect via LinkedIn. I don't need my business cards.
That's cool. Let's do it. I'm all the way up. Yeah, I imagine that you guys got a huge bump during the pandemic when people started realizing what their kids were learning at school. Like, what? You know, I don't know. I imagine so. I heard a lot of people freaking out for the first time, realizing what the curriculum was and not being too happy about it. What's up, buddy? How you been?
Are you telling jokes? If you're telling jokes, I'll go in the other session.
If I'm telling jokes, you're gonna leave. Then I'm telling jokes. Do you want to tell some jokes?
No.
I'll give you like a 2-minute spot up front. You want to open for me?
I got nothing.
I bet you could. I bet you could come up with something. Oh, maybe the internet's.
No, I mean, try to hit search and it's being weird.
I got to get the new phone. Apple's like,
It's like,
you got to upgrade.
You don't have 14, not gonna work.
Nope.
Actually, how about that?
Yeah, try that. Yeah, you got my card.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I'm all the way up. Bow, 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 bow. All right, so I'm gonna turn that off. Silent. I go to the restroom. Can you turn me off before I go to the restroom so y'all don't hear it all?
Yeah, you did. I'll definitely turn you off.
I appreciate it.
There you go.
I've done it before.
helps when you have a coughing fit. No, this is the stand-up comedy. Yeah. Ah, got it. Who knows? Yeah.
Sure.
It's not like that. Thank you, Mark. Testing, testing. You guys hear me? Good? All right, I'm going to step out of the way. Wow, that is bright. Welcome. Can you guys hear me? Awesome. My name is Jordan Pearson, and welcome to the Digital Transformation Room, and that is sponsored by Imaginuity. Let me tell you a little bit about Imaginuity. They're a Dallas-based integrated agency reimagining marketing for their clients and effectively managing the complexity of today's marketing ecosystem to drive customer conversion. So we couldn't be more thankful to Imaginuity for sponsoring this track. Parking. This is probably the most time-sensitive issue because by 10:30, that's kind of when it closes. If you haven't gotten your parking validated, please head back to the main room. It's the Rise Local table, I believe, and they should allow you to validate that parking to ensure you don't get charged at the end of the day. Biggest thing, one of the other big things is, please tweet this. We're pleased you can tag DFW SEM, and we put together the State of Search 2022 hashtag. We want to make sure this is as collaborative and learning for really everyone involved. So if you tweet, you can keep the conversation going online. Questions are another thing. Again, we want this to be as meaningful and effective for all conference attendees. There's no stupid questions. So once Sean is done speaking, we'd really like you to try and ask insightful questions to help uncover some of the things that he may or may have not covered in his presentation and foster a conversation moving forward. But without further delay, Sean Dolan, he's the CEO of Fire and an achievement-driven digital marketer and entertainment executive for over a decade. He's highly regarded for developing processes and strategies that present tremendous results, and he's a major keynote speaker at major events. He's a creator of campaigns that's instrumental for driving client sales, performance, ROI, and increasing operational efficiency. Please welcome Sean.
I think I'm just mic'd up here, right?
What?
I think I'm just mic'd up
perfect.
here. All right. Thank y'all so much. Can y'all hear me okay? Yeah. Good. Before I get started, I just want to apologize to you guys and the DFW SEM board and the conference in general for pulling the alarm this morning. I was nervous. I needed to finish some slides. So sorry about that. It was very selfish of me. Let's talk about the elephant in the room. I'm aware that I look like the villain from the Incredibles movie. I know. My name's Sean Dolan. I'm the CEO of Pushfire, single father, and I was raised Mormon. And growing up Mormon was weird because I didn't watch the same movies and TV shows that y'all watched. I saw Star Wars, Return of the Jebediah, Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Babylon, and How I Met Your Mothers. It was weird. In 2020, my brothers and I had sort of been discussing the idea of doing a 5-minute open mic at some point in our life. It was kind of this bucket list that was it would happen maybe before we died. It was never like this weekend. It was always maybe next decade, but we always talked about it and we're kind of fascinated with the idea, just being fans of comedy. So my brother invited me to a friend of a friend who was performing stand-up comedy at the Improv in Houston. And it was interesting to be in the front row watching someone who wasn't like a celebrity doing stand-up comedy, because it was almost like he was a normal person, And I remember sitting there in the front row and just being fascinated at the ability for a person to walk up on stage with just clothing and a microphone, make people laugh. I couldn't even comprehend the steps that needed to be taken to get from where I was to get up on that stage. And so after his performance, and he killed, by the way, after his performance, I went up to him because friend of a friend of a friend, I was asking him 1,000 questions, to the point that he blew me off because I was probably smothering. And little did I know at the time, a year later, he and I would go head to head in a stand-up comedy contest. So Just a few quotes here. Claude Hopkins in 1923 said, "People do not buy from clowns." In 1963, David Ogilvy said, "Good copywriters have always resisted the temptation to entertain." And in 1982, David Ogilvy said, "I have reason to believe that ... humor can now sell." Claude Hopkins is a great copywriter, and David Ogilvy is the father of advertising. So I decided that I was going to check this off my bucket list. And in my life, anytime I'm trying to figure something out, I go find a book on it, right? And I was actually surprised there were books on stand-up comedy, but there are, and they're really good books. And so I found the New Comedy Bible, which really went in. You guys can come in. Feel free. There's some seats. There's front row right here if you want to sit right in front of me. The New Comedy Bible. So that really goes into like the structure of telling jokes, how to structure a joke, how to deliver it, like it from top to bottom, how to become a stand-up comedian. And that was a book I really relied on. And then The Artist's Way was a book that is I think it's like 25 years, maybe more, since it was published. And that goes into sort of tapping into the artist's muse or the subconscious. And it's just really powerful books. And then my third was John Cleese's Creativity, A Short and Cheerful Guide. And we'll go into kind of each one and what they meant to me. So The Artist's Way is, I'll be honest, I read like 50 pages of it, and it changed my life. I haven't even finished it, but there's so much in those first 50 pages. She talks about doing morning pages, where every morning you write 3 pages longhand. And I noticed when I started doing that every morning, along with meditating, it put me in just on a different frequency for the rest of my day and the rest of the week, where all of a sudden it was like I was open to receiving really out-of-the-box ideas from my subconscious. So it was just such a dramatic change from like sitting down and like furrowing your brow and trying to think of something and forcing creativity out of you versus kind of letting go, relaxing, and just letting the craziest ideas kind of come up and see where they take you. And so in doing this writing, it's almost like it gets rid of the cobwebs of creativity and allows you to expand and be open to new ideas. She also goes into navigating the internal critic. This is your internal just negative voice that's telling you that this piece of content is garbage, this blog post you're writing, nobody cares. This presentation is going to go terrible. You know, that negative talk that I think we all deal with. She talks about how you actually write those things down. And there's something about having a negative thought exist sort of in the background chatter of your mind to actually writing it on paper and addressing it logically. Because once you write it down and you look at it, you immediately, you can argue with it. Where if it's just nagging at you and you ignore it, it affects you. I also noticed that in both meditation and morning papers, it creates a space, and this is just, I mean, meditation does this alone, but it creates a space in my mind between external influences and external variables and how I feel about them. So I have this space that when things happen that might like frustrate me or I might be emotional about, I have this space to think about it and decide whether I want to react or not. So that's it's interesting. And the artist date, that's a big one. Julia Cameron talks about doing an artist date where once a week for an hour or two, you dedicate your time to some artistic venture, whether it's painting, whether it's writing, and there's no real goal. The purpose is to be very open about and exploring sort of what's in your mind and getting it out either on paper for writing or art or any sort of activity that really sort of nurtures that inner artist. And I found that to be really useful as well. A couple quotes from the book. All too often, it is audacity and not talent that moves an artist to center stage. I'm sure we've seen that a lot. I've experienced that. If you're just willing to get up and do it, it's like half the battle. And then as artists, we cannot afford to think about who is getting ahead of us and how they don't deserve it. The desire to be better then can choke off the simple desire to be. As artists, we cannot afford this thinking. It leads us away from our own voices and choices and into a defensive game that centers outside of ourselves and our sphere of influence. And I think that's just true in business. Yeah. The New Comedy Bible, chapter 1. We got some seats right here, some seats over there. Feel free to just come on in. The first chapter of this book, chapter 1, said, sign up for an open mic. And I was like, that's the first chapter? Where are all the other chapters? Yeah. So, but then I realized this is something that I've actually used for myself for physical fitness. Actually, I think Aaron was there. I signed up for a Spartan race a few years back, and just the fact that I signed up for it, all of a sudden, my whole body and mind and emotions were oriented towards not having a horrible day. You know, so all of a sudden, I'm just oriented towards preparing for that event, and that led me Spartan races to doing full marathons. I did a 50K ultra, I did a 100K ultra, I did a half Ironman, and then I this last Saturday I DNF'd, did not finish a full Ironman. I'm still processing it. It's very sad. I got 95 out of 112 miles and missed the cutoff. So anyway, you got to be prepared. That's what happens. So part of what Judy Carter talks about is writing down and admitting your fears. And this also kind of ties into the artist's way, where in this case, it's your fear of getting up on stage and bombing, which is going to happen. And if you write it down, again, if you take it out of sort of the chatter and you write it down and look at it and analyze it logically, you say, okay, what's my fear? Anybody, what's the fear of going on stage and trying to do comedy? What's the worst that could happen? Well, yes, correct, yes.
The wrong way.
Correct,
Wrong
yeah.
kind of laugh.
Like, what an idiot, yeah. What else? Falling off the stage. Trust me, man. Every time I go up, I'm afraid I'm going to pee my pants. Like, my brain comes up with the craziest things that could happen. So, exactly. Like,
Getting stuck in your routine.
what do you mean?
Like forgetting your lines.
Totally, dude, the panic button comes, and I'll tell you what that is. That's fight or flight. That's when you, like, if a lion's attacking you, your brain is not, your brain's not providing you blood to tell jokes. Like, it's blood to the legs to leave, right? That's what that is, and I've experienced that so many times. It's fun looking back on it. So when you write down your fears, they immediately become more manageable. Also, as she discusses in the book, start to imagine the other side. Like, what if everything works out? Like, what if you do this thing you're afraid of, and it goes great? Like, yeah, it could go bad, and if it goes bad, you just do it again. But if it goes great, then what does that look like? And so I would actually imagine what it would be like to be at the Houston Improv, you know, and performing on that stage. That we'll call that guy Joseph, the guy that I watched. And so that really helped carry me through and factored into me actually getting up and doing it. So from the Comedy Bible, a quote: "Fear is like the school bully who's made you his target. You can try to avoid him by walking home a different way, but he'll always find you. Are you going to let the fear of losing your lunch money dictate where and how you live? Or will you do the scary thing and deal directly with the bad guy? Successful people are not necessarily less frightened than you. They just do things in spite of being frightened." And this kind of goes back to this morning's keynote, you know, with doing the live streaming. So I would list all these fears, and then I would imagine what the benefits are. And then all of a sudden, it's like, it just helps orient me towards taking that risk. Also, Johnny Carson, was the most nervous wreck before every show. He's socially awkward. He would hate commercial breaks because he wouldn't know what to say to the guests. This guy's on TV. He was on TV every night, you know, so it's not just you, I guess is my point. And then Judy Carter goes into how to take concepts in your life. So part of me figuring out, to create something funny that's you know, from my past or a personal story, she talks about weird, scary, hard, and stupid. And that is, you take every story and you just ask yourself, what's weird about this? What's scary about this? What's hard about this? What's stupid about this? And you just head down that direction. And so growing up Mormon, for instance, in my opener. It was the first joke I wrote a year and 6 months ago. And I remember going like, what was weird about growing up Mormon? And there were a few things, but I remember that there was this, in Utah, they had this service that would edit VHS tapes so that you could, because you weren't allowed to watch rated R movies as a Mormon. And so this service, which was brilliant, they would edit out the VHSs and they'd take out all the nudity and curse words. And so you'd have this slightly different plot. And so I was just sitting there like, oh, it'd be so funny if like I went to school and I was talking about my favorite movie and they're like, bro, that's not what happened. And then I was like, or what if the, take it to the extreme, what if the church produced their own versions? And then I was like, well, what's the most popular movie? Star Wars. Okay, Star Wars. Star Wars Return of the Jedi, Star Wars, I started listing all of the movies, titles, and then I literally went on Google and was like, Bible terms. And I just got Bible terms. So I had a list of the movies and Bible terms, and then Mormon terms. And I was just finding these, just brainstorming words. And then all of a sudden you're like, Jebediah, Jedi. Boom, done. That's my first one. Back, Babylon, done. Second one. And then a part of the structure of jokes is having that turn at the end. I may get into this later, but basically there's three parts to a joke. There's the premise, there's the angle, and there's the punchline of the turn. And what's happening is the premise establishes what's happening, the angle establishes where we're going, and then our brains, because it's going from point A to point B, assume a point C. And then when you go to D, our brains are like, there's an incongruency. And so that incongruency that then makes sense in its own different way, sort of through a back door, is why we laugh. So there's two theories of humor. There's the surprise theory and the incongruity theory. The surprise theory is that turn at the end. You're surprised. To give you an example, like two couples got married at the Texas State Fair. The bride wore something old, something new, something fried, and something dipped in chocolate. So in your head, you're like, okay, we're at the Texas State Fair. There's a bride getting married. Texas State Fair is the premise. The angle is we're just describing a bride following the typical traditions. And then the moment it takes a turn to fried and dipped in chocolate, you're like, what? That doesn't make any sense. And then you're like, oh, Texas State Fair, I get it. Boom. That's how it works. And then the superiority theory of comedy is we laugh at people when we feel better than them, basically. Yeah. So when I come up here and I tell you I look like the villain from The Incredibles, it's like it kind of takes me off a pedestal, and that's why it's funny. If I came up here, I was like, I know I look like Brad Pitt, guys. That would be super awkward, right? It's only funny because it's deprecating, right? And then you take Jay Leno. Remember the jaywalking skits where they'd be on the street and they'd ask people like, what countries border the U.S.? And somebody would say Australia. You're like, what an idiot, So glad that's not me. That's the other theory. And these are all theories because it's all self-reporting. We don't really know why things are funny. Have you ever done that? You ever laughed at something? You're like, I don't even know why that's funny, but that's hilarious. We don't know. All right. And then John Cleese's book, so good. He says, he doesn't say he can make people creative because his premise is that we're all creative. He says that you can teach people how to create circumstances in which they will become creative or create. And then I have his book. I meant to have that out. So he talks about, I'll just read this from the book. If I wrote a sketch by myself in the evening, I'd often get stuck and would sit there at my little desk cudgeling my brains. Eventually, I'd give up and go to bed. And in the morning, I'd wake up and make myself a cup of coffee, and then I'd drift over to the desk and sit at it. And almost immediately, the solution to the problem I'd been wrestling with the previous evening became quite obvious to me. So obvious that I couldn't really understand why I hadn't spotted it the night before, but I hadn't. This is how I began to discover that if I put the work in before going to bed, I often had a little creative idea overnight, which fixed whatever problem it was that I was trying to deal with. It was like a gift, a reward for all my wrestling with the puzzle. I began to think to myself, It can only be that while I'm asleep, my mind goes on working at the problem so that it can give me the answer in the morning. And then he goes on to discuss a skit that he wrote with Graham Chapman. I don't know if you guys, John Cleese's Monty Python, that he wrote with Graham Chapman. And they wrote this whole skit, and then they lost it. And they were devastated because it was so funny. And so he wrote it the best he could from memory. And then he found the original one. And the second one that he recalled was way funnier. So just that time of the subconscious kind of processing it and being a contributing factor in that second piece made it so much funnier. And this is something that and I'll kind of show sort of how my career progressed. And at every point, it was these really out of the blue ideas that would pop up that I just couldn't have sat down and forced them to come. They also did a Chinese character study. I don't have a source on it, but it's in John Cleese's book, so I assume he's been vetted. Where they had a bunch of people sit down and look at Chinese characters. These people did not speak or recognize Chinese characters. And then like a week later, they asked them which characters did they see the week before. And they all failed. They had no idea. But when they asked them which characters they liked the most, they selected all the characters they saw last week. So it's like if you ask the right question, if you're asking the logical conscious mind, which characters were they, you don't know. But if you just say, how do you feel about it? It's like your subconscious is like, hey, I recognize these. So there's a process going on in the subconscious. So silly walks. Who's familiar with silly walks from Flying Circus? Okay, that's okay. So how do I describe it? It's like no. All right, fine. It's like a government entity that is giving out grants for people to develop their silly walks. Okay, that's the dumbest thing ever, right? It's the most popular, most well-known skit from the Flying Circus. Okay, can you imagine being in a creative room like your team and proposing that idea or something that crazy, right? It's insane. And the point is, and what he talks about in the book is, you have to have a very playful, anything goes environment for creativity. If you have someone in the group that's like, that's the dumbest idea I've ever heard, then it stifles your creativity, and you're not free to express maybe ideas that are like, because the subconscious is going to spit something out that doesn't make sense. But as you sort of build around it, all of a sudden it becomes something amazing. Also, greatest killer of creativity is interruptions. I think we all know that, and that's pretty clear. But Dr. Glenn Wilson performed 80 clinical trials that alerted people with emails and phone calls throughout their workday, and then he tested them at the end, and it lowered their IQ by 10 points. So that's equivalent to missing an entire night of sleep, and smoking marijuana is 4 points. So you have to choose between marijuana or being interrupted. I guess it's the marijuana, but that's big. I mean, a whole night of sleep to lose to be equivalent to just being interrupted during the day. So he talks about like shutting everything down, giving yourself time to really explore and be present and be creative. And then this quote from Einstein: the words or the language as they are written or spoken do not seem to play any role in my mechanism of thought. The psychical entities which seem to serve as elements in thought are certain signs and more or less clear images which can be voluntarily reproduced and combined. This combinator play seems to be the essential feature in productive thought, before there's any connection with logical construction in words or other kinds of signs which can be communicated to others. I know that's a lot, but I think it's important. It kind of explains what's happening. Thomas Edison, he invented the light bulb, phonograph, motion picture camera. How he came up with inventions, like an invention is something that's never existed before, right? He would sit in a comfy chair with a couple ball bearings in his hand, and he would just kind of rest and think about the problem he's trying to solve. And then the moment he fell asleep, he would drop the ball bearings and it'd wake him up. So it forced him to stay in this semi-lucid, they call it a hypnagogic state. And to me, it's allowing the conscious and subconscious to sort of play together. And what happens is you can get these ideas from the subconscious and immediately make sense out of them and make them useful. It's kind of like when you wake up from a dream and you don't remember the dream, there's a separation there. And when you can combine those, it makes you more creative. The poet John Keats swears by the hypnagogic state. Author Charles Dickens, artist Salvador Dali. So I sat down, I took all this in, I tried all of it. The morning papers, the meditation. I didn't do the ball bearing thing, I didn't have any ball bearings. But I sat down and I just forced myself to kind of write out my childhood and my life and significant events. And then I would wait a couple days. And then after a couple days, I'd go back and comb through, and all of a sudden, all this funny stuff would start popping out. And it was just my subconscious had been working on it. And if I hadn't sat down and said, hey, what do we got? I wouldn't have pulled it out, right? But I deliberately sat down and said, hey, what is it here that we can punch up or make funny? This is my first open mic at Dan Electro's in Houston, Texas. I was dying inside. I had a mentor. I went out into the world. I found some open mics. I met a guy named Rich Williams. He'd been doing it for like 30 years, open for a ton of people. I said, hey man, how do I do this? Like, where do I start? And he's like, you just go up. And I was like, yeah, I know, but like, tell me everything else. And he recommended an open mic, and this is the one I had just put on the calendar. I'm gonna do this. And he was there, and I powered through 5 minutes of awkward. I got a few laughs. Rich was laughing the whole time. And afterwards, I was like, hey, how did I do? He was like, oh, you're all right. And he's like, you know what? You know what I love about open mics? He's like, I laugh no matter what. I'm laughing with him or at him. And I was like, which one were you? Anyway, he was laughing at me. I watched the video. You guys can watch it. It's on my website. It's ridiculous. So here's all the open mics. I mean, there's just a ton. So like I was able to do 7 to 9 a week, just hitting all these open mics. And I just did a lot. I mean, you just all over Houston, night after night. And what's amazing is when you take this piece of content that you think is funny, the beauty of having a live audience is you get immediate feedback. And I record it and I'd watch it later, and you start to see like these ebbs and flows and what gets a laugh, and all you're doing is rinsing and repeating and just pulling out what didn't work and keeping what did work. And I mean, after a year and 6 months, I have like 7.5 minutes of material. That's it, you know? But it's been just crunched down with that feedback loop from the audience. So I went to my first contest, comedy contest at Rudyard's in Montrose. I got second place. I got beat by Shelby Morgan, my mortal enemy. And I brought like 50 or 60 people to the show, right? And because I was hustling on Instagram, promoting people. It's my first contest. You got to help me win because, you know, the crowd could vote. And that's when I started going like, oh, like this is like my marketing is helping my career, you know? And I mean, to get people to drive from Katy past the Beltway is like amazing. I don't know if you guys know that. And obviously the bookers saw it. They saw that I was bringing people. And so I was like, you know what, why don't I just start producing my own show? You know, this is about 7-8 months into doing comedy, which a lot of comedians were like, who do you think you are? And I was like, yeah, I'm a marketer. This is what I do. And so I found a venue. I had like 300 to 400 comedians that you just meet at all these open mics. I got to see them live, so I knew what was the good talent, and I started hiring them to come perform at the Sean Dolan Comedy Show. I did ads on Facebook and Instagram, and I collected SMS, so I was collecting people's phone numbers from the stage. Like right at the end of the stage, at the climax, I'd be like, all right, guys, text WIN to 281-699-8445, and about 75% of the room would text it. And so I'd get their information. So now I've got the Eventbrite emails. Now I have their phone numbers. I match those together and immediately throw them into a sequence where I send them a survey. I'm getting feedback on food service. I'm getting feedback on the comedians, me, everything. And so I'm getting all this feedback from them, and I'm able to kind of cater the event and make it a better production. That's the website, the landing page, real simple, made it myself. And then, yeah, our first show, we sold 120 tickets and sold out. And it was like $40 or $50, I think $40 for the VIP section. Average ticket for the food and drink was like $40, $50, something like that. Put an ad in the newspaper, not so much because I thought the newspaper would work, but because the lady that runs the newspaper is a friend of mine, and I knew she would tell everyone about the show, right? So it wasn't actually the ad itself that I found valuable, but being a part of the community and seeing her at chamber events. And I was going to the chamber events for Pushfire anyway. So I'd go there and I'd give out free tickets. We do a drawing. I get business cards, right? And then I'd put those people into the nurturing sequence. Then, so these are the flyers for the show. I mean, it looks legit, you know? It looks like a real show. People believed it. They came. It actually happened. You just make stuff up. People believe it. Yeah, and it reminds me of like, it's like with fast food or pop music. It's like if you can market, you can overcome product quality. You don't have to be the best product, right? If you can market it. And not to say that you should stay with an inferior product, but I'm like a 4 out of 10 comedian. Like compared to the guys in Houston, I'm maybe a 4, like a soft 4. These guys are like 9s and 10s, but I know how to market, so I'm bringing people. So when the booker's like, who do we want to have on the show? It's like, all right, we'll suffer through Sean. You know, he brings 100 people. And then, so I went on Cameo to promote the show, and I started hiring celebrities. William Hung, I know, huge get. And who knows William Hung? She bangs. He did follow you? Oh, that makes sense. I know you, that makes sense. So it was, I don't know, $60 to get him. So I grabbed that and I put that into the Instagram ad, right? So that was part of our advertising. And then Carlos Mencia, and I know he's got an interesting reputation in comedy, but I don't care. We used him. He's actually a friend of a friend, knew him, and but like they both told people to come to the Sean Dolan Comedy Show, and that just makes me laugh. Yeah. Joe Rogan, he doesn't answer my calls. No. All right. And also, it didn't need to be Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Sorry, I just stepped on that. Yeah. So I asked one of my comedian friends, I put a bounty out to the comedians to send me their best joke about Katy to use in an ad. And this was the winner. Katy, Texas is so white, they think Cinco Ranch is a Mexican hot sauce. And I love it. Cinco Ranch is like the richest part of Katy. So it's really local. It's unique. It gets people attention. It's got Katy, you know, it's got Cinco Ranch and Katy in the ad. So it pops out. People are going to see it. And it was like this really tight, like 3, 4, 5 mile radius around the venue. So it got really good saturation. But doing this compared to anything else I was doing, like comedy show, this guy's funny, whatever, like real kind of generic, just traditional ads. I think it was like a 5-time engagement rate, 10 times shares, and 3 or 4 times conversion rate. So it just killed. And I don't want to tell you how much that cost, but it wasn't a lot. You know, to have that add-on, I mean, it made up for itself in the cost for conversions. What I was going to say about the celebrities, it's not Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson endorsing my show saying that it's a quality show. It's purely to get attention and trick the algorithm into giving me more reach. That's all that was. Singles groups. Facebook groups. I infiltrated. No, I just became a part of the singles group because I'm single. But I quickly identified the opportunity there. And you can create events specific for a group that only the group sees, that the group's invited to. I showed up to a few events, went to kickball, brought my son. I brought some DJ equipment to DJ. I contributed, you know, I was a part of the group. And then I meet the admins, and then I know the admins. Now the admins are promoting my shows. Because I support their stuff, they support mine. And we started having like reserved tables for the single AF group. There's one in Houston. And they were like 40, 50 deep coming to these shows, paying, you know, full price, paying to come and support. And when they get there, I'd like introduce them to people. I'd make sure they met, you know, they got to the right table. I made it a really positive experience. And then I got on stage and I'd like goof about them, about how like singles groups like will destroy your relationship because they want to keep you in the group, which is true. So I have these admins promoting my shows, and they're inviting all the people in the group. So they're actually getting the invitation, whereas if I'm not their friend, I can't invite them. So it's just huge. All right, this next one I'm not even ashamed of. So I auctioned myself off on this dating group site. I don't have a dog. I don't play the guitar. No, I play the guitar, but that's not my dog. So I auctioned myself off. I went into this group called Pursuit of Happiness in Houston. It's like 17,000 singles. And I immediately saw that the content that got the most attention was these auctions, these dating auctions. Because like, there's like, how much are you worth? You know, people would bid on you and people would make comments and whatever. And so I was like, yeah, let's do it. 2 weeks before a contest I had. And this contest, 500 grand prize, that's $500,000. It's a big, no, it's $500, comma, grand prize. So it's a big deal. And so 2 weeks before I was promoting it with this group, and I got that post got so much attention. And then I created the event in the group and I did the whole thing. And I feel like, I don't know, 70 people, like 2/3 of the audience was there for me through this group. So I get to the semifinal round, and they're deciding who goes on to the finals, the 4 comedians that go on to the final 4. And they announce the 4th place winner is a tie. And the person that tied with me was Joseph from the beginning, the guy that I saw on stage. It kind of blew me off, but we're cool. And I'm like, oh no, he's been doing comedy for like 10 years. You know, I'm gonna die. And the other thing was, it was a 10-minute set, and I only have 7.5 minutes, so I already stretched like to 10 minutes. And then I thought they were just gonna do like audience applause, we'll determine the winner. He goes, all right, we're gonna have each of the comedians come up and do 3 more minutes. And I was like, oh no, I don't have 3 more minutes. I have nothing. Like I've already spent everything. And I got up there, and I remember walking up there. My brother Ian was there. I remember walking up there and just laughing at the situation. I wasn't scared. I've been doing this so many times. I was so comfortable getting up there and just bombing in front of my friends, family, the whole singles community. And I walked up, and I just remember I was calm, I was collected and playful. And I said, you know, I only have 10 minutes of material, and you guys already heard it. So we're about to experience a very long 3 minutes together. And they laughed. And then all of a sudden, I remember this joke that I stopped telling like a year ago because it didn't work well in the open mics. And I said it, and it seemed off the cuff, right? Killed. And then another one popped up, and that killed. So I believe it's because of the mindset I had, doing my morning writings, meditating, and being open to kind of that creative muse or subconscious or whatever, and not panicking in that moment. Because otherwise, it would have just been deer in headlights, awkward, cringy, you know, terrible. And then they announced the winner, and I won. I beat Joseph. And thank you. And I didn't win because I was funnier. He was way funnier. But I had the whole audience was there for me. So when it was like one-on-one, I mean, like I honestly think people intentionally didn't laugh for him because they were trying, you know what I mean? Which I'm not even mad about because that's marketing. All right. That's that story. So I see a guy that he's headlining for the Houston Improv, and I wanted it so bad. And so I contacted him. I'm like, hey, what do I need to do for you to put me on your show? I'll do anything. I'll market it. I'll videotape it. I'll juggle. What do you know? And he was like, bro, just sell 25 tickets. I'll put you on. I was like, that's all it takes. All right. So I was ready to just buy 25 tickets and, you know, resell them or hand them out or whatever. But that's how I got on the Improv for the first time. You know, just finding out the guy who's there, like, what can I do to help you? How can I contribute? And he just told me, and then done. I opened. And that night was crazy. Best night of my life. We sold out, by the way. And not to say it was all me. He promotes really well, too. He's a good marketer. But we absolutely sold out, 550 seats on like a Thursday night, I think it was. So the crowd was really good. Of course, I videotaped it, and I used that content. So I videotaped the show. The next day, I wake up, and I do my morning writings. I do my meditation, and I get this idea. I'm like, I'm going to send my set to all the comedians on Cameo and ask them to review it. It's like $50 to have Harlan Williams, who is it, Colin Mockery, Dom Herrera, Doug Benson just blew pot into the camera, which I think on a real meta level is advice. And then who else? Bill Engvall, right? So I just started throwing out these like Cameo requests. And I told him, I was like, look, I did a little video that lets you do 20 seconds. And I'm like, look, I just want you to watch it. If you say anything, I'll die. but I just want you to watch it. If it makes you laugh, that'll make my month. And all these guys started responding. And so then I did a live response. Like I recorded myself watching it for the first time. So you got my really like, I almost cried during Harlan. Like he was so like fatherly and like, he was really sweet about it. And then he said, he's like, I enjoyed it so much. If I were ever to headline in Houston, I would let you open for me. I died. I fell out of my chair. It's the best day of my life, again. And he's going to actually be in Houston next month. I'm so working every angle I can. I'm like, we'll do like a morning show thing, like rags to riches, yeah, whatever. And then, so I'm at the Improv on a Thursday and it sells out. Well, now the other guys that are booking improv shows are like, they want to sell out too, right? And again, it's not because I'm funny. It's because I'm good at marketing. So I get on it again and again. This is going to last like 2 months. I opened for Dustin Sims, and this was a Hurricane Ian benefit. Okay, this looks very self-indulgent, I know. This blows my mind. Because to me, this is like a magic trick. Like I've fooled all these people into thinking I'm somebody, you know? Because I have 7.5 minutes of material. People came out of the show and they're like, we're going to buy your CD. You saw it. You saw everything. I don't have a single joke more than that, you know? But it's just, it's amazing that with just a small piece of content, like you can repurpose and use it and draw people in. The only thing that explains that is marketing. That's it. I mean, I had to work and I had to be good, but I'm, like I said, I'm nowhere near. Like I'm made Forbes generous compared to some of the guys in the Houston scene. How am I on time? How many minutes do I have left? 7 minutes left?
No time.
Let's do it. You guys want to see the last 3 minutes of my improv set?
Yeah.
Is that weird? All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, let's do it. Let's get weird. All right. It's playing through here.
Oh, you're going to have to do it, Sean.
That's fine. During Hurricane Harvey, I volunteered at the Cajun Navy. I don't think that volume's going to work. I remember I was out one morning doing a water rescue, and I saw this woman waist deep in water, waving one arm and screaming for help. And I realized in that moment, it didn't matter what religion she was, or who she voted for, or her sexual preference. It all seemed so petty. We left her there because of her Dallas Cowboys jersey. I know where I am. She had to die. Her and her baby. I'm just kidding. We went back for the baby. It's not the baby's fault. Have you guys ever been in a conflict with someone that escalated to such a weird place you couldn't pull back from it? I have. My son was being bullied in junior high by a teacher's kid, and the principal's hands were tied. So I went to the school board to see if the superintendent would help. And at a public school board meeting, the superintendent of Katy ISD called me a liar. So I went home and I did what any reasonable parent would do. I downloaded his doctoral dissertation from the internet and I ran it through a plagiarism checker. And I sent the results to the University of Houston's Office of Research Integrity. And 9 days later, he announced the abrupt end of his 30-year career in public education. He was actually in Allen before he came to us.
Allen, the stadium debacle.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah. Thank you. You're welcome. Dallas, you're welcome. Anyway, I couldn't pull back. I know. I told you it was going to get weird. It's not a joke. It's just my life.
Everybody in town knew
Yeah.
at this point.
And because I'm a marketer, like I couldn't pull back. Like we'd already started, you know? And so I made a video about it and I put it on the internet. It got 100 million views. And now if you Google his name, the top 10 results are me. But as I watched his career end and his reputation ruined, I honestly started to feel bad, you know? I felt bad that I never bullied anyone before. It's exhilarating. It's so good. It's the best. But like I don't dwell on it anymore, you know? It's in the past. But if you guys wanted to learn more, you could go to www.superintendentbully.com, buy some merch, subscribe to the YouTube channel, follow us on TikTok. My name's Sean Dolan, that's the end. Thank you guys. All right. So I'm now producing shows at the Improv. The next one is November 30th. I'll be on it as well. If anyone's down in Houston, let me know. I'll hook you up with whatever. Just message me. And then I got a message from the Improv corporate last night, and they want to use my clips on their YouTube channel to feature me, which is crazy, like mind-blowing. And then I'll also be at this Thursday at Rudyard's in Houston. What? That joke came about from me going to an open mic in Fifth Ward and being the only white person in the room. And as I walked up, the host is like, look at this villain from the Incredibles movie, and it killed. And I was like, you jerk. It's mine now, buddy. So let's connect. If you guys right now take out your phones and text Dallas, D-A-L-L-A-S. I'll wait. D-A-L-L-A-S. You're welcome. To 281-699-8445. I'll shoot you the full show from the Improv, the full 7.5 minutes. And then just some quick takeaways as I wrap up. It's really important for me. It has been not only in the comedy aspect and the writing and the creativity, but also the business, like solving business problems. Like, how do I get attention? What can I do with this piece of content and this piece of content? How do I find a way to get this person's attention? What is it they might need from me, right? All of that is creative. My networking and small talk has gotten so much better, right? Like I literally operate on a frequency that I literally accept any outcome. Like no matter what happens, everything's going to be fine because I've bombed so many times on stage, and your body's like, you're going to die if they don't like you. And then you don't die, and you realize you're fine, right? And you carry that with you. It's amazing. And I'm just starting to dabble in using the humor for push fire marketing. But if any of you guys want to take a risk and try something, I've got a whole team of comedians. We'll put something together. It'll be awesome, or not. But that's okay. We'll keep trying. And also, real quick, the Houston Improv show, packed house. By all intents and purposes, I killed. The very next day, I went to an open mic in Austin and bombed with this same material. And yes, it's Austin's fault. I blame the city. But it's like, it's important to realize that under the wrong conditions, your content may not work, and you don't want to give up on it just because it didn't work in that context, right? So I encourage you guys that if you put something amazing together and you really believe in it and you've been creative about it and it doesn't work, keep trying it because you may find that you're just targeting the wrong audience. And then on last note, I produced a documentary. We started our agency by helping a homeless man. We raised $100,000 for him in 4 months. It's a very incredible story. You'll laugh, you'll cry. That's my son. He was the usher. He's adorable. And I'll open to questions. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it. If we have time.
Thank you, Sean. Anybody have any questions? Come on, that was an awesome presentation. No questions?
Can I do a selfie real quick with everyone? Is that cool? Yeah. Awesome. All right, nobody flip it off, okay? Don't. Ready? All right, cool. Thank you guys, appreciate it. Have a good day.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
Sure.
It was just about your morning writing stuff. Like,
Yeah.
Father too, and so I spend a lot of my writings in the evening as a way to decompress. Oh, this is actually working. About your morning writings, when you write, do you often go back to those writings, or is it more of like a decompression thing where you can open up to yourself to those?
Yeah, so it's both. For me, if there's something like therapeutic I'm working on, like childhood trauma or like some specific thing, I will go back to it. If it's for writing comedy, I'll go back to it because I want things to kind of bubble up. But generally, if I'm not writing comedy, it's just purging the cobwebs. And it's just kind of getting that flow going. Eminem says that, someone asked Eminem, like, why do you write all day? Like, do you use all of that? And he's like, no. He's like, this is not writing for music. He goes, this is just writing to keep it open so when I need it, I can reach in and grab it. So when he's like, flowing or whatever, he's connected to that subconscious, and him writing all day long is what opens that up. So
Love it. Thank you.
thank you, appreciate it. Anything else? Awesome. Enjoy your conference, guys. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, please.
My name is Jordan Pearson. Welcome to the Digital Transformation Track. We're getting ready for another speaker here. Just a few admin things I want to make sure we cover. Parking. If you haven't gotten parking validated, I would head over to the main room right now, drop your little parking ticket in the bowl. Apparently, that's how it gets validated. So, again, feel free to ask me any questions if you need on that. Name tags. If you got a handwritten one this morning and you would like an official one as a conference attendee, just give me your name and we can print up a new one and have it ready by lunch. Again, encouraging people to live tweet. We are giving away a ticket to next year's conference, so be sure to tag DFWSEM. The hashtag is State of Search, and we'll be giving away concert ticket, an event ticket for next year's event if you keep on live tweeting. Questions at the end. We want this to be as interactive and applicable to the work that you guys are doing. So if there's something that you have, just jot it down, and I'm sure Chris at the end will be able to circle back. But last thing is the digital transformation track is sponsored by Imaginuity. Imaginuity is based right here in Dallas. It's an integrated agency reimagining marketing for their clients for effectively managing the complexity of today's marketing ecosystem to drive the most efficient customer conversion. So they drive results for your business. But without further ado, I'm going to introduce Chris Mechanic. Hopefully I said that right. Chris is the co-founder and chief growth officer of Web Mechanics, a leading digital agency focused on paid digital. Since 2009, he's helped hundreds of health, finance, tech, and B2B brands like Amazon Software, Motley Crue lower their customer acquisition costs, scale their business, and find sources of new traffic. Personally, Chris is an author, a speaker, an angel investor, and serves on several boards. And he's coming all the way from DC, where he stays busy with his young, growing family. Please welcome Chris.
Thanks, man. What's up, everybody? Good morning. So I'm from DC, true story, and this is a talk that I've given multiple times, also true story, and this is an SOP, a standard operating procedure that we use at our agency, also true story, and I've calibrated my intention today to make this useful for you. I thought about different ways to approach this today, and I ultimately arrived at hey, let me just make this useful. So I'm kind of thinking of this as if I'm sitting with you just one-to-one in my office and giving you advice on your paid media campaigns. Raise your hand real quick. Are you a paid, who's paid, who considers themselves a paid media person? Okay. Good. And the rest of you guys consider yourselves organic people. I tend to slice it in that regard, like paid versus organic. So for the organic people in the room, you can basically leave. I'm just kidding. I want you to stay. But this will be a curiosity thing. For the paid people in the room, for the paid media people, this could be revolutionary if you're not currently doing this. And before I even say anything, see, I told you I've given this talk a couple times. It's super corny, okay? Here's my first slide. This is the dawn of a new era in digital advertising. It's corny, right? But it's also true. It is true. This is the dawn of a new era. Takeaway number one to write down on your notepad is that Google wants to do your job for you. Google wants to do your job for you. And then as a sub-bullet of that, that's not a bad thing. Embrace that. Love that. All of the Google paid media people in the room have known this for a long time. It's no secret. Around every corner and every nook and cranny in Google's AdWords, it's like, let Google do it for you. Expand to broad match. You'll get more clicks. Let Google do it, right? So as corny as this slide is, and as much as I wish that I'd updated it before I presented it to you fine folks, it is the dawn of a new era. And the primary characteristic of this new era is that Google wants to do your job for you. So there's two camps of people. There's camp A, who's just like, fuck Google, excuse my language. I'm doing everything manually. I don't care. I will work 12 hours a day. I will be a spreadsheet Nazi, and I will do it. Google, better than you. And then there's the camp of, cool, Google's going to do it for me. All right, great. Let's have a good time. I'm asking you to arrive somewhere in the middle, right? I want you somewhere in the middle of that. I want you to observe what Google's trying to do for you, but not totally embrace it blindly. I want you to test into it. That's a useless slide. As is that. But we're in the algorithm era, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to think about, as you log into your Google Ads account, I want you to think that there are these, I want you to personify them a little bit. There are robots running around in your account. Here's the way that Google describes it. Read that real quick. That's how Google describes it. And this is pretty recent. So the KPIs that you're looking at, I love all, you guys are proactive. I like that. This is a key slide right here. The KPIs and the data that you share could be a competitive advantage. Now think about what data you're currently sharing with Google. Most advertisers share form submission data. A synonym for the data that you're sharing with Google is, when are you firing a conversion? When do you fire a conversion? You fire a conversion when somebody fills out a form, right? So for most paid media advertisers, that is the extent of the data that they're sharing. My whole goal here is to encourage you guys to share more and richer and better contextualized data with Google so that they can understand, so that their robots can go to work for you. That's the big idea. I'm going to show you how to do it. But this is the era that we're coming into. The best algo trainers win. So if you take to heart what I'm saying here today and you go and implement some things, you'll be ahead of the game. And the only other thing would be fire copy, like copywriting. These are the two eternal competitive differentiators. Is what I'm about to show you right here. That's the science side, the data side. And then I'll do a follow-up talk later on fire copy and offers that are just irresistible and impossible to refuse. But this is the data side of the talk. Google themselves says, hey, you can grab 20% incremental revenue, 30% cost efficiency via integrating the lead to sale journey. That's what Google calls it, the lead to sale journey. We call it revenue-driven optimization, AKA the love, just like a good barbecue in Texas. Like, did you put the love on that campaign before it went out? Did anybody sprinkle some love on that thing? we've got it codified and broken down into 3 distinctive steps. 3. First, you have to analyze your funnel. You have to do funnel math. You have to understand the value of different behaviors, and you have to understand the behaviors themselves. Most advertisers don't really fully understand all of the micro behaviors that go into a good solid conversion. Second is data piping, which we'll talk about. That's for the developers in the room. That's for the more technical folks. And then the third is IOQs, indicators of quality. This is where the art comes into it. IOQ, indicator of quality. So the first 2 are science, the third is art. This is not a full copywriting course, but I will show you a couple of fire elements that you can use. So your lead to sale journey, who's B2B? Raise your hand if you're B2B. Okay, we've got a couple B2Bs. And then, so raise your hand if you're B2C. Mostly B2C. Okay, lovely. B2C is even more fun. So you've got a journey. It may not look like this. In the B2B world, we call it lead, marketing qualified lead, sales qualified lead, closed deal. In your world, it looks different. But step 1 is mapping your lead to sale journey, whatever these things are. There should be 3, 4, 5, 6 different steps. It's incredibly important to know what they are. And the big idea here, if you do nothing, absolutely nothing, is that most advertisers stop here in terms of the data. Remember, it was the KPIs and the data that you share with Google are your competitive advantage. Most advertisers stop here. They're saying, hey, we got a bunch of leads, but they provide 0 visibility into how many of them are good, into how many of them actually enter the pipeline, and into how many of them actually close. So if you're Google and you have a zillion data points on every single person in the whole wide world, you see every single Gmail that they've ever received, you see every single Google search that they ever do, would it be powerful to know what characteristics of people tend to become marketing qualified or sales qualified, or what percentage of people, or what characteristics of people actually become customers? Of course it would. So here's how to unleash that data. So right now, there's big talks about first-party data. It's like a massive topic. Everybody's sitting on it. Everybody's generating it. At this moment in time, you're buying clicks and you're generating that first-party data, but you're keeping it locked in your own coffers for no cost whatsoever. You could be sharing it with Google to allow Google to more effectively go out and prospect on your behalf. And that's the big idea. Here's what you're doing. Here's what we're doing today. Great job, Google. We got 4,000 leads. Keep on keeping on. Here's what I want you to do after you leave here today. Great job. We got 4,000 leads. These 25 became customers. Study them, Google. Go to work, Google. Find me more like that. That's the whole idea here. Does that sound exciting? You guys picking up what I'm putting down here? All right, let's do it. So next time you're celebrating, here's another corny slide for you. Next time you're celebrating your big quarter, your big week, just remember, has anybody shared this with Google? And the slide rendered really poorly. AV team. It wasn't supposed to look like that. All right. So before you log into Google Tag Manager and get all tag happy, let's do a little bit of funnel math. So this is an exercise where you guys break down, take a second and take your notepads and break down your own funnels. Think about your own funnels. What are those steps? You have CRM, you have some kind of systems. So you have 4,000 raw leads, right? Think about the data that's being generated and the steps involved in the process. What are the steps for you? There should be at least 3 or 4 major steps, but there's also minor steps as well. There's steps that you don't think about. We call them pre-conversion events. So even before a conversion takes place, we have the ability to predict more or less whether that is a useful user or not. Think about micro activations like form field activation. Clicked into a form field, started doing keystrokes, may or may not have finished. Think about the micro and the macro events that lead into an actual closed won customer for you and start doing some math. So in a world where, let's say, a closed deal is worth $3,200 for you, go to the step right before closed deal. So here you've got closed deal. What's the step before that? Is it added a deal to CRM? Is it had a conversation? Is it, there's some step before that. So go to your deal value, look at your deal value, assign a number to that, and then ask what's the step before that, and at what rate does my Google Ads traffic convert from that step? So if that step is a sales qualified lead and it converts at 25%, then the value of a sales qualified lead is $800. And then you continue doing that. You go to the step before that, marketing qualified lead. If those convert at 50% to a sales qualified lead, then the value of a marketing qualified lead is $400. And then you go to the step before that. If a single lead converts at 5% to a marketing qualified, then the value associated with that is $20. These are the values. This, in terms of the data that you share with Google, this is the type of things that they're talking about. They want to understand what the value, so you've got like 19 different conversions firing in your account right now. All of them are assigned a value of 0, most likely. If you're like most of our accounts, when we find them, they are firing a bunch of conversions, all with a value of 0. And so Google just sees, sweet, we're getting a whole bunch of leads. This is the important work, is to think about what are those steps involved, what are the values associated with them, and then it's as simple as going into the Google Ads Manager and editing those conversions to include those values. So that's your first assignment. Any questions so far? I know this is a little bit in the theoretical realm. We're about to bring it down to earth right now. But does everybody fundamentally understand what we're talking about? You're buying clicks, you're buying ads, there's things happening, there's data flying around. What we're doing is we're contextualizing this data so that robots can understand it. You with me? So then once you've got the values associated with these different actions and you've got triggers set to fire these conversion events when these actions take place, then it's a matter of piping the data. And this is the hard part. This is the part that a lot of advertisers get mixed up on because you have to be technical. Like there's a technical element. Raise your hand real quick if you're a developer, if you write code. We got one. Okay, well, you're going to have to buddy up with your developers. And your developers are going to be like, what the fuck? Like, What are you talking about? I'm trying to build this website. Why do I have to do all this stuff with CRM? They're not going to get it at first. They're not going to like it at first. Ask these fine folks for the recording of the first 10 minutes or so that they can understand and contextualize, because there is some work that has to be done. Here's what you tell your devs. We got to track, guys. We got to track up and down the funnel. There's a blizzard of data happening here, and we have to capture, contextualize, post, and optimize against it. So rule number 1, at least one pre-conversion event and at least one post-conversion event. This is the crawl, walk, run scenario, right? So let's suppose that algorithms don't exist. Let's suppose that AI is just a bunch of bullshit, okay? Let's imagine a world where AI is it's just trumped up. It actually doesn't do anything. All I want is a world where I'm a media trader. I'm buying ads in Google Ads. I have my columns. I can see impressions. I can see clicks. I can see click-through rate. I can see conversions. All we're talking about is adding 2 columns to that. One column, which is a pre-conversion event column, which says basically, is this a zombie or not? Right? So imagine you've got 10 campaigns. You can see the impressions, the clicks. I don't care if it's performance max, it doesn't matter. But now you've got 2 magical columns. One is pre-conversion engaged, meaning that they did something useful on the website. They viewed more than one page. They didn't bounce immediately. That could be, I love doing a form field activation event. Like they started filling out the form but didn't. You want that's called a pre-conversion event. And then a post-conversion event. So everybody's tracking the form submission, but a post-conversion event is something happened in CRM. Something happened, in your revenue system. It became a deal. It became, a qualified lead, whatever that is. So even if AI was a bunch of bullshit, which it's not, but maybe it is, you're going to be a better media buyer, a better media trader by simply having these events. Because now all of a sudden you're looking at your 10 campaigns, the one with the lowest cost per lead, it's highly unlikely that the one with the lowest cost per lead is the one with the lowest cost per post-conversion event, which is the more meaningful actual business event. I feel vindicated that the one developer in the room is like nodding. So that's rule number 1. One pre and one post-conversion event. Just imagine that AI is a bunch of BS. Having these columns is going to make you a better trader. Then the second part is to assign values. And these can be scientific, they can be really thoughtful, or they could be, in a way, crawl, walk, run. Like they could be kind of estimated. They could be dynamic if you're fancy, you could post these dynamically based on the value of the actual deal. Or you could do it, in the old school way. Because the fact is, if you're doing nothing right now, like if you're like the vast majority of advertisers who are just posting a form submission with an event value associated with 0, like even just eyeballing it, even just winging it and assigning some value higher than 0 is better than nothing. To the extent possible, on Facebook and Google, you want to use their standard events. There's ways that you can do custom events or custom conversions. There's ways that you can do custom events and map them to standard events. But you want to speak their language and take advantage of the enhanced conversions. There's CAPI, which is the conversion API on the Facebook side. Google calls it enhanced conversions. And then you want to choose the appropriate type. So is this a lead? Is this a sale? Is this a free trial sign up? You want to use the language of the platforms, and you want to do your best to make that tracking consistent across platforms. This is a journey, guys. We work with very large advertisers. Amazon is a client of ours. And this is a moving target, even for the biggest advertisers in the world. So don't feel that you have to do this perfectly. The key is that just imagine that AI doesn't exist and you simply want more useful columns in your report. That's the way to think about this. For the devs in the room, or the single dev in the room, what that means, the secret is in the click ID. So you've got the Gclid, the Google, which is the Google click ID. You've got the Facebook click ID. That's a spaghetti string of numbers. The key is that whoever clicks on that ad, you want to associate that click ID with that individual. You want to pull it down, parse it as a first party, right when they hit that site, you pull it down, parse it, lifespan equals 200 or however many days you want. And you want to make sure that that unique value is passed along with that individual's record throughout the journey. So when they enter CRM, you got to parse that. You got to parse that unique ID, put it into a hidden field or a custom field. And then as they move through your internal CRM systems, you need to keep that click ID intact. And then you need to tell your media buyers, post that click ID back to Google so that Google knows the time, the date, the targeting, the messaging, the individual, everything they've ever searched. And that is really the magic sauce. That's the secret sauce, is in that click ID. Because that tells Google everything that they need in order to go out and find more and more customers just like that. On media buying, a couple of tips, couple of best practices. You want to go broad. On Google, you want to go broad. I see some no's over here. Broad with guardrails. So you see Google. I mean, you see Google's game. They're like, hey, everybody, enhanced broad match. Just give us the latitude. This is dangerous and silly. You can make a lot of arguments for screw Google. I'm going to stay up 12 hours a day and I'm just going to do it myself. Broad with guardrails. This is the guardrails that you place. The event, the values associated with those events, those are the guardrails. So you can say to Google, hey, go broad. That's great. You want to have fire ad copy that disqualifies as hard as it qualifies. And you want to have guardrails in place which come in the form of the values that you're associating with these conversion events. You want to set up, so when you're pursuing a broad campaign structure, you need to have ads and landing pages that appeal to different points in the funnel. So, there were days where you would have a single ad group with your bottom of funnel keywords that led to your, bottom of funnel pages. That just simply doesn't work anymore. What's working now is when you're giving Google basically a lot of latitude with guardrails. I'm going to leave some time for some questions here. But here is, how are we looking on time? So here is where the art comes in. So everything we've talked about up until now has been science. It's been, here's your funnel. It's ones and zeros. It's it's mathematical in nature. I can see some eyes glazing over. It's all good. Here's where the art comes in. The art comes in IOQs, indicators of quality, right? This is a creative strategy where you're making ads and you're designing post-click experiences with the intention of generating new data, right? So most landing pages suck badly. And it's basically like, hey, you clicked on, get out of debt ad. Give me your information, right? And you have super high bounce rates. You have 80, 90% bounce rates. Think about ads and post-click experiences that are designed to generate data signals. So here's an example of ads. This is a Facebook. I know this is search crowd, but Facebook's got survey ads or poll ads where you can say, are you this or are you that? You can create audiences accordingly. You can spin up lookalikes accordingly. Google has probably pretty similar. Here's an example for a client in the solar space. So solar is a B2C space. This client, when we found them, was running traffic, a lot of traffic to some boring landing page with a form on it. It had a 90% bounce rate because nobody was filling out the form. We subbed it out with this. Do you own your property? It's the critical question in solar. It's the big question, right? Because if they don't own their property, you can't work with them. If they do, you can. What's your big question? If I'm a qualified prospect, here's the question you ask yourself. I'm a qualified prospect. I get connected with your best sales rep. Your best sales rep is going to ask me a couple of questions to feel me out and to see whether I'm a good prospect or not. What are those questions? We call those the big three. There's usually 3 big questions. What are they? Do you own your property? Do you want to save money? Are you in solar?
No.
Real quick, just shout it out. I mean, this is a intimate enough group. What spaces are you guys in? Like, what space are you in?
Well, mechanical entertainment as well.
Mechanical and entertainment. Pharma.
Employment.
Employment. That's a really good one.
Construction.
Construction. Okay. So there's some follow-up questions, but can you guys, as I pose this question, here's another example. This is in the debt space. Their big question is, how much debt do you have? What's the big question in pharma? What's the big question in, are you a professional? Yeah, yes or no. And so that's beautiful. That's beautiful. So you're buying 1,000 clicks a day, say right now, and you're getting 10 conversions, but you don't learn much about those 990. So what you need, you could light up your life with a pre-conversion event and a single question: are you a pro or not? And then all of a sudden, instead of just a black hole with those 990 clicks, you now have some insight and some data. But more importantly, you're feeding that back to Google. So you can say, hey, Google, if they select, assuming that you want professionals, if they select, yes, I'm a professional, here you go, Google. Like, here's some value. Here's some points. Good job. Go get me more, right? So you see the power. Even in a world where AI doesn't exist, you can see all of your campaigns and the rate at which they're actually producing professionals. Here's another in the wealth management space. They like rich people, right? In the wealth management space, you like rich people. And so this was a client where they had a boring form on their landing page, just the same way that most of us do. And we didn't just blast it. What we did was added one additional field, and we set it up to only fire the conversion back, only fire that success event if a certain selection was made. So I think you guys are getting it. You guys are quick studies. I like it. This is another thing for the devs in the room. So here's what most folks are doing is they've got, traffic coming from Google or from Facebook, got your fields, you're firing that pixel unconditionally, regardless of it's a bot, if it's like regardless of their selections. Here's the way that I'm urging you to do it. Like, skip the rest of the conference. If you're spending more than $10,000 a month, leave here immediately and just make it so that your pixel is firing only if field 4 equals that, field 5 is that, field 6 is. And then that way you're just like pumping it right to the vein. Like, you're giving it to Google straight. It's like, hey, Google, this is useful. This is not. Step it up, or else I'm reinvesting in organic. If you guys want these slides, I'm happy to provide them. If you want a lead quality self-assessment, if you want us to look over your funnel, here, I see people taking pictures of that. You can take a picture if you want. We are offering that as well. I'm happy to have our team look over your funnel if you like, which you can check me out on LinkedIn, linkedin.com/in/Chris Mechanic, just like People That Fix Cars. And the company is called Web Mechanics. I did that. I thought it was cute when we first started. Now I think it's kind of annoying. I wish I didn't do that, but it is what it is. All right, and then some winners. So we found this client in the construction space. They're a window replacement company. They weren't doing too bad. This landing page, believe it or not, converted at 7.5%. 35% of them switched to leads. We removed the form. That's a big part of what we do. So I said I would do a separate talk on kind of like the fire copy and the fire offers. The 80-20 there is to make it so that there's no visible form on the site, because there's something that happens mentally with people when they see a web form with fields unfilled, that they're just like bounce, like it happens. You see it in your campaigns. You see your huge bounce rates. So instead of that form, we got to the heart of the issue. Imagine that it's your best sales rep. So think about your landing page and think about your best sales rep. And what is that sales rep going to ask? What are the questions? It's like, okay, Mr. Homeowner, what's the issue with your windows? Are they this? Are they that? Are they this? Almost immediately, bounce rates fell through the floor. Conversion rates more than doubled. And the lead to appointment rate increased substantially as well. And that's the power of psychology right there. Because all of a sudden, instead of like, hey, they're going to capture my info and spam me, now it's like, hey, this is a useful conversation. I'm going to take some steps. You see, there's this expectation setting portion here. This was so the standard conventional wisdom is fewer form fields work better. But it turns out that actually if you're using your forms, this is a form. This is a form. It's a form with visual elements instead of just text boxes. But if you're using your form wisely to actually start that conversation, guess what? Consumers like having conversations. Consumers like telling you what the issues are with their windows. And all along the way, as they're making these selections, we're capturing all that data. We're not posting all of it. Later in that same flow, we ask how many windows. And that's the data that we're posting. But we're capturing all the data in Google Analytics or in GA4. We're building remarketing audiences based on that data. But we're being really selective about the data that we post to Google. And we're posting only data around that one or those three big questions. And in this case, it was how many windows. Here's another play from the debt relief space. They were paying over $400 per qualified lead when they met us, and they had, a pretty simple conversion flow. We switched it up in our typical style, no visible form fields, just more like a quiz-like experience. You can do this if you're on a budget with Typeform. Typeform is a pretty fantastic product. We tend to custom build ours, but people engage with them, man. Like that's an abrupt ending.
Does anybody have any questions for Chris before we head off to lunch? Oh, there we go. I didn't want to have to twist anyone's arm. All right. Do you have any thoughts on Performance Max? Because we've had mixed results and it's been pretty rough.
This is beautiful. This is built for Performance Max. So Performance Max is the ultimate of let Google do it for you, right? These are the guardrails that you need in order to make Performance Max useful. So basically, whatever conversions that you're going for, set a value associated with them, and then tell Google basically, I'm only buying at this cost. So these are the guardrails. This is the secret to Performance Max. I love Performance Max.
That's what I was wondering. When we tried it with the guardrails, we got pretty far in this process and it still went off the rails. So maybe we'll give it some time.
Yeah. Or call me, hire us. Who else? I'm hoping the dev in the room doesn't ask me a really hard question.
I feel like anyone who knows how to edit a body file can insert those GTM tags though.
Yeah,
But I don't know if you need a dev.
that's true. That's true.
Yeah, I got a question about your awareness versus consideration tactics, and I know you mentioned how you have different phases of a value of a conversion or a lead. Well, one of the things we talk about is how we move and what we consider valuable within an awareness tactic, and how we apply it to a Performance Max or a more consideration-based tactic. Do you is there a certain point in that, in that scale that you have that you pick, where you're like, hey, at this point, this is more of a remarketing strategy or a retargeting strategy? Because we use LiveRamp for that back end kind of stuff, to refill that stuff. But that's the part we kind of get caught up on. It's at what point do we consider that consideration, click, or engagement value, and then where do we apply it in the local space?
So it sounds like two things. It sounds like you could benefit from some creative pre-conversion events. So beyond just, hey, viewed one or two pages, look at keystrokes. Consider keystrokes as an event. And look at your actual conversion flows and provide some opportunities for individuals to place keystrokes. Keystrokes is a major indicator of intent and quality. The other thing that came to mind as you were talking was conversion sets. So within Google Ads, there's conversion sets where you can tie, we'll have many, many different conversions being tracked, but we'll set certain as primary conversions, certain as secondary conversions, and then we'll build conversion sets to say basically, hey, look, if there's keystrokes, and then and enhanced conversions also, where you can go back ex post facto up to 90 days and restate or rewrite conversions. So those would be the things I'd look at for you. How'd I do, AV people? Good? Nice. All right, well, I'll be around throughout the rest of the day. If you guys have some questions or comments, I'll be on calls periodically. But I'm a huge nerd. I love talking about this stuff, and I'm happy to look over your pages or your funnels. Just let me know. Absolutely. Thank you.
Hey guys, we're getting ready to go to lunch now. There we go. Lunch. If you have parking, any sort of parking tickets or anything like that, please go drop them in the bowl really quickly.
One other announcement. Steve Hammer is not going to be in this room. He's actually going to be in the main conference room after lunch. So again, that's one little change that we're having.
Thank you, man. You liked it?
Yeah. I'm gonna need some help.
Yeah.
I just connected with you. Or for Cisco keys, and we definitely need some help with that stuff. So.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm happy to do it, man.
So,
Happy to do it.
I just came into digital marketing like
So Joy Hawkins is the owner of Sterling Sky, a local search agency. She is also the owner of Local U and the owner of Local Search Forum. I commonly refer to her as the queen of local SEO, which she's very humble, but trust me, y'all, she is the queen of local SEO. And with that, let's give her a big round of applause and hand it off to her.
Thank you, appreciate it. So I'll start by telling you guys a story. My sister had one of those wonderful homeowner moments earlier this year where her basement started flooding. She had a pipe burst, and it's one of those like panic, scenarios that you don't want to face. So of course she, pulls out her phone, needs to find a plumber right away, searches on Google and calls this plumber that she found. She thought they were a great company because when you look on Google, you see that they have a pretty decent rating. Facebook says the same thing. Their reviews are pretty good there. So she's telling me, I'm like, oh, who did you hire? And she's like, oh, and she names off the name of the plumber. And I was like, oh, those guys. Like, fun fact, I've been tracking those guys for like a couple years. They're definitely buying all the reviews. And she's like, what? I'm like, oh, they're a horrible company. They're actually on a list that we have in Canada. The government actually comes out with a consumer watch list, says basically don't work with this company because they scam people, and they're on it. But yet Google shows them as this wonderful company. Funny that when you start getting off Google and Facebook and you go to the lesser popular sites, there's one called Home Stars that's for home business services, and they have a horrible rating there. They had a horrible rating on this other site. Yelp, of course, is the worst like usual. So you get the truth on Yelp at least, but the BBB also had them as a fail, a 1-star review. And how I knew as well that they were, buying reviews is by scanning them using the Transparency Company. If you're not familiar with them, I believe they're sponsoring this event, so they're on your bags that you're carrying around. But this is a kind of cool tool because it'll actually tell you in an automated way so that you don't have to check every review if the reviews are suspicious. And these guys failed bad. So I was able to warn my sister, and fortunately, she'd only given like a small deposit. So I think I saved her some money by not utilizing these guys. But it's a big problem, especially if you work with small businesses. Fake reviews are not something that is dying or going away by any means. And one of the problems that we run into is people like to vilify businesses that buy reviews, but I find all the time that it's not like just terrible businesses that buy reviews. There's a lot of like people that have good intentions and they feel like they have no other choice, or they're kind of in panic mode. So there's been some studies done on this, and this one in particular that looked at restaurants found that basically restaurant owners are likely to commit review fraud if they've had like a recent negative review. It's like the instant thing that comes in their head, like, oh no, what do? I got to call like all my friends and my mom and get them to leave reviews because I got this one negative, right? It's just like the instinct. And it's becoming more of a problem because we're seeing a trend that negative reviews are actually growing over time. So I love looking at the report that Yelp puts out every year because Google doesn't do one. But Yelp puts out a report every year that says like what percentage of reviews on their site are what star. So I kind of graphed it out. They don't really make this easy to find, but I looked back using the Wayback Machine on some of their previous years because they erase the data every year. And I was just curious to see like what the trend was. And as you can kind of see with these graphs, 5-star reviews are going up and then they kind of hit a peak there. The middle is dying, like 2, 3, 4-star reviews. Those are not as common as they used to be 5 years ago. And you'll see the continued growth of 1-star reviews. So this is a little terrifying if you're a business owner or you work with small businesses. Because if you're, legitimately trying to do things the right way, obviously I don't condone buying reviews. How do you compete with this? So I kind of wanted to look at 2 different things during this presentation. So I'll break it into 2 different segments. First, I wanted to look at reviews and like what impact do they have on ranking? Because I'm an SEO, I'm obsessed with figuring out what impacts ranking. So that's like kind of my day job. And I also wanted to know, like, if you're a business that's really just trying to control what consumers see on Google, is there any way to control that? Can you actually influence which reviews Google shows first on the list? So we're going to dive into those 2 things. But to start with the fun stuff, the ranking stuff, I want to know, if you have a review that mentions certain words, like keywords, does the text of that review help you actually rank for that thing? So, for example, when you look on Google, it's easy to conclude that, oh yeah, it makes a difference. It helps you rank because there's these little snippets that Google will often pull out. So if like you search for a dentist, for example, Google will try and like pull out like the words emergency or dentist out of the actual review text and show it right in the search results. So a lot of people look at this and say like, okay, obviously that means that that review is what's helping that business rank. But we all know that, correlation's not always causation. So I really wanted to try and get to the bottom of it. Now, what I'm going to show you guys, don't try this. Actually, it's funny. After I did this test, Google actually warned us on one of the calls that I had with them, like, guys, don't use your own accounts for testing. Like, it's not a good idea. So don't do what I did. But we wanted to figure out if reviews actually, like the text of the review mattered. So we picked I thought a really good candidate. I was like, what industry would have no SEO efforts? So we went with a farm, a Christmas tree farm. We did the test in the middle of summer when they weren't even really doing any business. And when I made sure we picked a business that was like in the middle of nowhere, they had no website, or their website had like really awful stuff on it, like nothing had been done. It was clear that they had no optimization efforts. So anything that we would do would help the ranking ideally. So myself and my colleagues decided to leave reviews on them. Again, like, don't go tweeting, oh, Joy leaves negative or fake reviews. These were all positive reviews. So if anything, we were helping them. But we did write reviews for this tree farm, and we kind of spread them out to try and make them look more natural. My favorite was from my colleague Brian, was talking about how they have baller trees. I loved this. I didn't tell them what to write. I just said, make sure it includes this word and that word. Now, funny thing, if you monitor like reviews for clients at all, you'll probably notice that Google has been getting stricter with what reviews they let publish. So they've been taking down reviews like crazy as of this year. They've been filtering reviews like they don't even get live at all. And, I have to say, actually, they're doing something right, because one of my colleague, Colin, his review no longer shows up. So Google was able to connect the dots. So like, hey, you haven't actually visited this tree farm in New York. And they removed mine as well. So good on Google, because these aren't actually genuine experiences whatsoever. So after leaving these reviews with these like specific keywords, and then we went to see if, rankings had increased for those keywords. So 2 different keywords. I know the wording's a little blurry, but like the top one, the left was before, the right is after. Left one's before and the right's after. 2 different words. And if anything, rankings actually went down. So there was no visible increase as a result of us leaving these reviews. I do realize that we left a small number, but given the business, they didn't have a lot to begin with. So it was a noticeable difference. So if you're in the camp that's like trying to coach people on what to put in their reviews and like trying to get, clients to write certain things, the good news is you don't need to do that. It doesn't seem to make much of a difference. The next thing I wanted to look at was around review velocity. So we're talking about numbers of reviews. I'm sure if you talk to business owners, you'll often hear things like, I have more reviews than my competitors. Why do I not outrank them? And I get that a lot. So I wanted to know, like, does the number even matter? We had a perfect test candidate for this. There was an insurance agent that I work with, and he had a couple different listings. One we never touched. We just like left it alone. And I said, probably should do something with this listing. It's not your priority, but you kind of have a bad average because you've only got 3 reviews and your average is 3.7. Maybe we should actually like get a few more reviews to that listing and kind of work on lifting your average. So I had him do that. I had him switch out. He uses a software to gather reviews. So I said, can you just like start asking customers to review this listing instead of your other one? He did that. And it was interesting. What we noticed is that for the first little bit, we saw an obvious increase. Looking from the left to the middle there, rankings had a clear increase after he got to 16 reviews. But then when he went from 16 to 31, it didn't increase at all. What I think is interesting about this is it actually matches up something that Mike Blumenthal, if you don't know him, he was like my mentor getting into this industry. They published something like years and years and years ago talking about how if you get 10 reviews, there's a ranking boost. And I was kind of chatting with him and saying, like, do you think that's still true? Like, it kind of looks like it is. We've actually repeated this a few times now and found that if you're looking for a magic number, 10 appears to be the magic number. So we encourage all of our clients to get at least 10 reviews. But as you can see here, it's not one of those things where like the more reviews you have, the better you rank. There is this thing like the law of diminishing returns. Like if you do the same thing over and over again, you're not always going to see the same level of results. I also reached out to Joel Headley, who's another guy that I just have a lot of respect for because he worked at Google for over a decade. So he knows things that we don't know. And one of the things he noticed while working at an agency was that they didn't just see an increase in rankings, but they also saw an increase in leads around the 10 mark. So that is definitely a number to kind of aim to hit when talking about numbers of reviews. That being said, keep in mind, like although there is a correlation there, it is not the only ranking factor. This is an example of a law firm that we did an audit for earlier this year. So again, like it's kind of hard to read, but the blue is reviews, the number of reviews they had, and the red is the number of rankings that they have, or top 3 rankings in the local pack. And like you can see their competitors, there's this trend line, and then there's them. They have like the most reviews by a long shot, the worst rankings. So we see cases like this. There is something else going on in this scenario, but there's a lot of other things that factor into ranking, and it is not as simple as if you have the most reviews. So especially if you work with industries that have like department listings, practitioner listings, things like that, a lot of those industries tend to like create these listings that are just blank and they have nothing on them. So definitely aim to get at least 10 reviews if you work with businesses in that scenario. Then I also wanted to just look at review recency, because numbers are important, whatever, but what if you're a business that hasn't had any reviews in the last 6 months, or you were doing really good and then kind of flatlined? We had another really good case for this. This was a client of ours, and I noticed this is a tool called the GMB Everywhere tool, and I can't remember if it's paid or free, but I think you can run a couple scans for free before they charge you. So you can do this like run on it. It gives you a graph. It'll actually tell you your number of reviews and rating over time. So you can see that they were doing really well, like review numbers were going up and up and up. And then all of a sudden it like stops and it's like not growing anymore. So I reached out to the client and I was like, hey, Brent, like, can you tell me what's going on here? Like, are you guys not asking for reviews anymore? Or like, why aren't they coming in? He's like, oh, I can tell you exactly why they're not coming in. He's like, I stopped bribing my staff. And I was like, oh, do tell. So he told me basically what he used to do is he used to, if his staff got in a review, like they asked and the customer left one, he'd put their name into a drawing. And then at the end of the week, he would do like a quick little lottery, and you could win like $5 or $50 or $100. So it didn't actually cost him a lot of money because, you know, it's a lottery, but obviously made a huge impact. Now, if you're wondering, like, is that okay to like bribe staff? I'm not a lawyer, so don't quote me on this, but like, as far as I know, there isn't a legal issue for most industries with incentivizing staff. Absolutely not okay to incentivize customers. So if you're going to do incentives, you want to do it with the employees, not the clients. Incentivizing clients is not only an FTC violation, but it's also one of Google's rules. Like, you're not allowed to offer incentives, and if they catch you doing it, they'll remove your reviews. So my suggestion to Brent was like, you should probably go back to like bribing your staff. It appears that that was working pretty well for you. Now, what we saw with his rankings, which was kind of interesting, is when the reviews kind of stopped coming in, the next major algorithm update that we saw happen, he took a hit, like quite a bit, especially on the local side. So you can kind of see here, this grid is very red. The red is not a color we want to see. We want to see green. And then as he started getting more new reviews again, things started to go up. And to kind of map out the timeline, it was kind of interesting because like we noticed that the trends happen first, and then there'd be an algorithm update and things would correct. So as he starts getting new reviews, it's nothing really going on until the next algorithm update, and then we would see his rankings increase. So it's kind of interesting to see that there seems to be kind of a correlation there between algorithm updates and the frequency of reviews. And we saw this with other clients as well. If they had like a good number, but they had no new reviews whatsoever in the last like 6 to 8 months, a lot of them also kind of saw hits on local rankings when big core updates would happen. So to-do list here would be to incentivize staff, not customers. And that seems to be like a really good way to make sure that you're kind of continually getting in new reviews. So getting into the part about controlling, so this is more like reputation management. You know, I was really curious to know how Google picks which reviews to float on top. So I'll give you an example here. Let's say that you work for the New Jersey DMV department, one of them. So I think this one's in Jersey City. So let's say you work there and all your reviews are negative because nobody likes the DMV and nobody likes New Jersey. So let's say you're working there and all of a sudden you get this positive review. I can't read it, it's really funny, but like basically this person's like, I had an awesome experience here. If you want to show up and not have a line, show up at 4 a.m. So like apparently that's the only way to get good service at the DMV in Jersey City. But let's say I work there and I'm like, I want this review to stay at the top. Is there a way to do that? Like, is there a way to actually influence which ones Google sticks up there? So you might be thinking like, okay, these are sorted by how recently they were left. So, you know, often when you go on to a listing with lots of reviews, it's true. The more recent reviews do tend to be more likely at the top than older reviews. But you'll often see cases like this, where this is like a cookie company that I love out in California. And they have this like old review, I think it's like from 10 months ago, that's stuck to the top. Even though they have tons of new reviews coming in, this 10-month-old review is just stuck there and it's negative. And it's like, nobody wants that. If this is your business, you don't want a negative review sticking to the top. We see this a lot. Like I see this with clients, I see it with people in the forums all the time. So that's what I'm trying to see is like, can you do anything about that? So we did this study. I basically monitored a few businesses. In one case, the lawn care business, I monitored for over a year. I literally would look every month. I'd go on every couple weeks and I would check to see what reviews were there. I would document them. I documented things about the reviews, different patterns. And then about halfway into the year, I decided I wanted to look at some other industries as well to see if they had the same patterns I was seeing with the lawn care business. So I added in a few others. The stuff that I discovered was not at all what I was expecting. Like I had expectations going into this that I thought I knew, which turns out I was wrong, which happens a lot. It's why I always suggest if you do SEO, you need to test things and not just rely on what you think might happen. So one of the first things that I was looking at was just like the rating of the review. So I had this theory, you know, like put on your tinfoil hat. It was like maybe Google wants diversity. So like they're more likely to keep that 1 star up there because they think, oh, you know, we don't want all 5 stars. We want to have like a mix of reviews. And that was my thought, because it did seem like the 1-star reviews would stay live longer. So like the graph here is showing how long the review stayed in the top 10. And you'll see like, yeah, the 1 and the 4 stars did stay up longer than like the 5 stars. So I was like, maybe it's a diversity thing. But then I started digging into it and realized that it's not actually that simple. The thing that I believe that causes 1-star reviews to actually get pinned to the top more often has nothing to do with the diversity theory, but has to do with word count. So when we looked at word count versus how many days the review stayed up, there was a huge correlation. Like the longer the review, the longer it stayed up. And it was like a clear trend line. You can kind of see I was trying to make the trend line there in red, but it was very clear and very consistent amongst all the different businesses that we looked at. And you can kind of see here, this is the problem. Longer reviews tend to be negative. So when you look at the 1-star reviews, the average word count was 244 versus 5-star was 74. I mean, like, if you know people, this shouldn't be shocking. Like, people like to bitch about stuff online. So, like, if this is the case, this is a hard thing to kind of combat because you know that your customers aren't as likely to write super lengthy reviews if they're positive. So if you're going to encourage customers to do anything above and beyond just writing a review, this would be one thing to ask them, like, hey, try and make your review long because that's going to help us. If you want to help us, if you love us, you know, keep your review longer. And Yelp already kind of tries to fit this in. Like if you leave reviews on Yelp, they're always telling me my reviews are too short. But this is why. They obviously value, Google as well values longer reviews. I also wanted to look at these things. I don't know what to call these. They don't really have a name. But when you go to leave a review in certain industries, Google asks you these additional questions. So I kind of split them into 2. The first one, they ask you like, what do you like about this business or not about this business? So we call these like the positive and negative attributes. So if you leave a positive one, this is what it looks like. It shows up along with your review. And then if you leave the critical ones, it shows up like this, like, no, they were terrible at their quality. These didn't make any difference, really. We didn't see a huge correlation either way on how long the review stayed up. If anything, the reviews without these actually stayed up longer. So encouraging people to fill these in doesn't seem to matter too much. Then we looked at the same thing, but like services. So again, if you say you use the business, sometimes there's just an additional thing that'll pop up and it'll say, which services did you use? Only for certain industries. And unfortunately, these are automated. If you're wondering if you can control what shows up there, they are based on your business categories. So you have no control. Even if there's like something there and you're like, I don't do that, it's based on the category. So these show up similarly. They show up like, you know, you see the positive above and then services down below. And we found the same thing with these. They really didn't make much of a difference whatsoever. If anything, the reviews without them actually stayed up longer. So these are not something that you'll need to like encourage people to fill in if they're available in your industry. Also wanted to look at local guides. Over my career, I've actually had a habit of like getting really annoyed at people that talk about local guides and how important it is. And like, it seems to be one of those things that's like very misunderstood. So I definitely wanted to look at this with a local guide. Like it's pretty simple. If they are a local guide, it says local guide. And then if they're not a local guide, it doesn't. So it's pretty simple. And this is not at all what I was expecting to see. Like, I really thought being a local guide made zero difference whatsoever. It appears like it does actually make a difference. So what we saw here, as you can see with the numbers, like if they were a local guide, the number of days that the review stayed up way longer than the number of reviews for people that were not local guides. And unfortunately, it was consistent in every industry that I looked at. So this was surprising, again, not what I was expecting to see, but it does appear that Google has some faith in the local guides program for some reason. So it's simple, like if your customers are willing to do an extra step other than write a review, making sure that they join the local guides program, which is literally the click of a button. It's free, it doesn't take much time. That will help all of the reviews, not just yours, all of the reviews kind of have more importance on Google, so worth doing. We also looked at, how filled out their profile photo was, like maybe if you give more information to Google about yourself, Google will trust you more. So we wanted to see if that made any difference. So here was kind of a little bit mixed. So not as clear as some of the others, but it did seem like overall with all the different business types that having a profile photo was better than not having one. So it'd be good to have on your profile if you're leaving a business a review and you have a profile photo. Again, Google's just more likely to show that review longer. We were also wondering, like, okay, well, maybe if the person's like super active, like Yelp has their elite reviewers and they really try and highlight those because those people just review businesses all the time. I wasn't sure how Google's stance on this was. I love this review because it's a negative review for the national Christmas tree in Washington, D.C. And this guy's apparently pissed off that the tree's not up in June or July, whatever date he went. And yeah, it's like the negative reviews you see online are crazy. So, maybe if you want, and his name's Big Sexy, so he's clearly credible. So this one we did not see a pattern with at all. Like it was all over the place. There was no clear correlation whatsoever. And we looked as well at like if they left photos, same deal. Like you can leave photos on businesses. So we wanted to see that. It was like another choppy, no correlation graph. So the good news is like you don't have to worry if your clients are not spending tons of time reviewing other businesses. That doesn't appear to be too much of a factor here. This is another one that I have looked at a lot. I get questions about this a lot, but upvotes, like we see so many comments and questions about this in the forum. Is upvoting your review going to help? And again, I had come into this with my own theories and ideas and I was wrong. So I did not think upvotes were going to matter at all, but they did. So clear correlation here. The number of upvotes versus how many days that review stayed up in the top 10. Now, I wrote a blog 2 years ago talking about how upvoting did not actually change the order of the reviews, which is still true for the record. If you're trying to like make one review move up above another review, you won't achieve that by going and upvoting all the reviews that are below it. So that's what we were kind of experimenting with when I posted this article saying it makes no difference. What we are measuring here is different. We're not talking about like, can we move the order? We're talking like, if it's already there, can I make it stay there for a lot longer? And that's where upvotes seem to matter. So encouraging customers to upvote other reviews that they find helpful. I wouldn't tell them which ones, like, hey, can you upvote that one and that one and that one? But like, if you're asking them to leave a review, you could ask them to upvote any others that they find useful. And I left this one to near the end because this one, like, although I was surprised by a lot of things, I'm always surprised when I'm testing things. This one blew my mind. Like, I remember like messaging my colleagues and I was like, this can't actually be happening. And then we like repeated it and it's just crazy. So I'll share what we found. Photos and reviews were something that I noticed as a trend was definitely correlating with the reviews that were staying up and correlating a lot. So photos in reviews are huge. Like nobody asks for them. People just ask for reviews. They don't seem to ask customers for photos. I feel like this is probably the biggest thing if you're like writing notes to start doing. But this was a huge correlation. Like I looked at the jeweler on purpose because the jeweler had so many photos. Like people are posting pictures of their engagement rings and like it was a massive difference. If they got a review that didn't have a photo, it was not up there very long. If they got a review with a photo, it stayed live for quite a while. So as a marketer, I'm thinking, how can we leverage this? I'm like, okay. So I had this experiment idea and I said, I'm gonna reach out to one of my clients who left us a review years ago. So this guy was a client of ours, left us a review, I think like 1.5 years, 2 years ago. We use GatherUp for all our reviews. And So I was like, I'm going to try this. So I reached out to this client of ours, Billy. I said, Billy, can you just do something for me? Go to your review that you left for Sterling Sky a couple years ago. Don't edit it. Don't change anything about the review. Just add a photo. And I actually sent him a photo to use because like, what photo are you going to put on a marketing company? Like, so I was like, here's a photo of my team. Can you just use this one? And he was like, sure, I'd be happy to experiment. What we actually found after he did that, the entire order of our reviews changed. So his 1.5-year-old review all of a sudden now was 3rd on the list, bumped way up. But not only that, it bumped up a whole bunch of other old reviews along with it. And we did this because it was funny. We had a negative review at the top before, the only negative review we've ever got. And it was a guy that was complaining that we didn't answer our phones one day. And frankly, he was right. We had actually an issue with our phone system, but he wasn't even a customer. Like, never hired us, never gave us a dime. We never actually did SEO for him. So it wasn't really like, you know, as a business owner, it's not really what I want people to see because it's not a reflection of our actual like service. So I was just curious to see what happened. I didn't actually expect that to go away. Expected it to like get pushed down a bit, but it like got pushed down so far it's not even in the top 10 anymore, which is not, again, what I was expecting to happen. So we were like, okay, let's try this again. So we have this client, and it was kind of funny. He got a negative review, and you can literally see the trend. He got a negative review the same day. He gets like 5 positives. And I'm like, that guy literally emailed all his friends, like no doubt. So it didn't work because the negative review is still stuck at the top, and then all the recent ones were below it. So I said, okay, I'm like, Rick, can you email a couple of your old clients, ask them to add a photo to their old review? What happened? Same thing as ours. The old review all of a sudden is now popping up higher, pushing the 1-star down. It wasn't as dramatic as ours where it like pushed it off the top 10, but it did push it down. And basically, I've had other people tell me that this has worked as well for them. So we've repeated this a few times. We tried it with a business that has a bit of a reputation problem. So these guys are like not doing so well. They got lots of negative reviews. We have a few clients like this. It's not really impactful when you do it for ones like this. Like, it kind of worked, but it kind of didn't. Like, if you get rid of one-star review and then you've got 3 more, like, it's probably not even worth doing. So I would say if you have a business that like has a really stellar reputation, this is a really solid tip to get that review pushed down. Basically, you want to ask, first of all, you want to ask, you know, customers that are happy to leave photos with the reviews. But the tip that really like I wasn't expecting to get out of this, if you have a negative review, if you have that scenario happen, just email a couple of your old customers that have already reviewed you and see if they can add a photo. And then all of a sudden you'll notice the order change. So that works really well. I'm not gonna lie, I was like debating even publishing this because I was like, this is kind of good to know. I'm like, do I want to share this? Like, I don't know. I'm like, well, the fake review. Well, I was like, maybe all the fake review providers are just going to take this and be like, great, we're just gonna like post all kinds of photos with our fake reviews now. But yeah, obviously decided to share it. yeah. Don't push it out there. Then we also lastly just wanted to look at click-through rate, because click-through rate is something I've been like obsessed with on the search side. And I can tell you like click-through rate is absolutely a ranking factor despite what Google says. So I wanted to see if it mattered as far as reviews go. So we did this test where basically I had a bunch of people click on the 11th review. I said, go down, find the 11th review on here, click the more button, and then let's see what happens. We had 135 people do this, so quite a few over 3 months. It made no difference. It didn't change the order of the review. It didn't make that review move up in any way. So when it comes to click-through manipulation, it does definitely work when it comes to ranking and search. That's a whole other thing. But when it comes to reviews, did not really seem to make much of a difference. So it's not something where you need to be, emailing people and telling them to click on specific reviews. Now, I do have a slide thing that I put out here if you want to pull it up. So it has like a checklist of the top things that you need to do. So that bit.ly URL will take you to like just a little cheat sheet if you weren't furious in taking notes. I haven't published any of this stuff yet, but it's in the works. So when we get it out and put it on our blog, it'll also go out through our newsletter, which is free if you want to get that. And yeah, we can open up for questions.
Okay, so let's give a big round of applause. I also want to highlight that this track is sponsored by Imaginuity. Imaginuity is an integrated marketing agency here in Dallas. They are focused on getting customers efficient conversions. I am personally a fan of their work because they transformed my life 5 years ago when I entered digital marketing. So definitely encourage you to check them out. With that, does anybody have any questions for Joy? Okay. This room is small enough, so I'm just gonna point and you shout.
Okay. First off, super fascinating. Love all of it. Just two quick questions I have is like, staff upvoting reviews constitutes some sort of fraud. They want to like our business. Is that considered some sort of fraud?
Not that I can think of. Like Google wouldn't do anything about it. Not, they also wouldn't know it was your staff. I don't know if the IP address makes a difference because when we were looking at these, like I'm assuming they were legitimately upvoted by like different customers. So I don't know if it would make the same impact if they were all coming from the same IP address. That could be something that Google looks at. But I don't think there would be any penalty in any way.
Okay. And the last one would be, when it comes to review, you mentioned like frequency, you need to keep reviews. Is there some sort of guideline you want to expect for a small business? Like, hey, try to get 4 to 5 reviews a week, sort of like that.
Yeah, so we usually, it depends on like who their competitors are and how many reviews they have. So normally what I do is we use Places Scout as the tool. And they have a competitors tab where like it'll show you the top ranking competitors, how many reviews they have. It doesn't really tell you how recent the reviews are, which is kind of annoying, but I'll usually look at like some of the heavy hitters and just see like you can run those through the GMB Everywhere audits tool that I mentioned, that graph, and you can see their frequency, and I would try to be above them. Like whoever the top ranking business is, beat their frequency. So Places Scout is a paid tool. We use that for ranking. Like some of the ranking grids that I had was from there. And they have a competitors tab where you can see, like, you can sort it by top 3 rankings and you can use organic or local pack rankings. Places Scout, yeah. And then the other one that's free is the GMB Everywhere audit. It's like a Chrome extension. And that's the one that does the graph that I showed that shows you, like, you can just put a single business in there and it'll tell you what the average rating was over time and how many reviews over time. And they just came out with another one that they posted on the local search forum. It's called, I think, GMB Alert, which I think is also like a freemium model. And they're using that one for all the review takedowns that Google's doing because they have done some serious wipeouts in the last week and a half. So businesses are using that to get alerted if they lose reviews. GMB Alert, I believe. Yeah. There's a thread about it on the local search forum. It's like one of our top threads there, talking about Google reviews going missing in the last couple weeks. So there's a lot on that thread. It talks about the tool.
Companies like Shopper Approved, what effect, what's your opinion of those?
So most of if I'm following correctly, like they're for seller ratings and ads and stuff, right?
Well, they have different models. One of them we tried with Shopper Approved, and they'll put at the end of the enrollment pathway or the shopping cart, they'll query the user if they want to leave a review, and we've had some mixed results there. I was just curious what your thoughts are.
Yeah, so we don't really work with a lot of e-commerce clients. So I know with e-commerce, there are probably better tools than the one we use. We use GatherUp for review soliciting. And then for ads, because seller ratings are really good if you run ads. And we use, I think it's called it's called Verified Reviews, I believe, the company. And they get the seller ratings and they can actually import Google reviews, which is awesome. So we use those.
Just a FYI, so Shopper Approved, they're a pretty big player than that, probably one of the top 2. And they said that their notice of patterns that occurred about 2 Novembers ago was that Google, if you let less than a sentence, or a sentence or less, then you wouldn't show. You have to leave at least a sentence period, the clause or something. And it turned out to be true in our case.
Yeah, no, longer reviews are definitely a bigger deal than people realize, for sure.
Just your thought on something. So I've seen in the New York City area where a friend of mine, his business, like a customer left a review that the business looked closed, and then Google marked his GMB like temporarily closed. But it's a business that that has thousands of reviews, but it's New York City, it's a storefront, like he has a gate. It can look to the untrained eye like it's not open, but one single review, someone just left a review and it was marked as closed. And I've seen that twice in like the last month. Is that something you've seen or heard of?
No, that's fascinating. It wouldn't surprise me. Google is trying so hard to automate things. So it wouldn't surprise me that they would automatically mark a business. It's a claimed business, I assume, right?
This is a claim business, and once I go in and I said, it took 5 minutes.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if you didn't notice it immediately, or someone walked in the store and said, hey, why are you marked as closed?
Yeah.
I mean, I can send you like the screenshot, but it says temporary, not closed, there's permanently closed, but it was temporarily closed.
That's interesting. I haven't heard of that, but it doesn't surprise me at all. Like Google's, some of the things they've tried to automate have failed so miserably, but they still want to automate things. So they're still pushing in that direction. So good to have alerts set up. That's all I can say about that. Make sure you get those email alerts because you should get one if it updates.
But just to put in context with some of the things, like those reviews were really long. So maybe they just took it more serious because the person left a really long anger review because the business was closed.
And there's signals that we don't see too, so keep that in mind. They know if the person called the business or if they showed up at the location or whatever. So there's certain things that Google would have that would deem that that review as more legit, right? So.
I'll check to see if the person's a local guy, but probably that has something to do with it.
No problem.
Does the substance of the review matter? And I'll give you an example. So if you send out a survey asking your friends, et cetera, to go to Google and place a review, don't claim that you bought anything. It's not what it is. Just comment on the benefits of the website as you see it. Anything wrong with that?
So technically, it's a violation of Google's terms because they actually, their review terms have changed over the years. But every time I ask them if they remove something from the public policy, I'm like, did it actually change? They say no. So that was one I brought up to them because it used to say in the guidelines that you had to have a customer experience. And I think they removed that sentence. So I remember asking Google about that. I'm like, did you change a rule or is that still true? And they're like, no, it's 100% still true. They just removed it. But the basic reasoning that I got from Google was a customer experience basically means the person had the intention to hire you. Doesn't mean they actually hired you. So for example, if somebody calls you, like, so that review, that negative review, we would never get that negative review removed if that person was trying to call my agency intending to hire us. Even if they never did, they still were intending to. So in Google's eyes, that would be a customer experience. But that would be not true of your friends, right? Like,
Again, are they looking aside from what technically is their rule? Are they looking for the substance of, hey, I bought something and it was great, or hey, this is an interesting, the benefits that they offer were interesting. Is there anything like in the substance you mentioned?
I don't think they're that sophisticated yet, and they definitely can't automatically detect it. We see so many people reporting like, oh, their employees left these reviews, or like, it clearly states in the review that they weren't a customer. They're really bad at catching those. So if someone reports you, then they'll probably get removed, but you probably won't see too much of that.
Yeah, that's a fuzzy line. Okay. Is there intent? You told them about it. Hey, this is me.
And
maybe it's not a.
Yeah, this is where I'm like, again, I don't know what the FTC would, this would be a good question for Curtis Boyd if you're going to his session, but like, I know the FTC has guidelines, not that they enforce them, but like they do have guidelines for like what's an unfair business practice. I don't know where like friend reviews fall in there. I'm not sure.
Sorry if I missed the part where you covered this, but as far as the one old client that you asked to put a photo up, his review went up a little more, but it looked like a couple other ones did as well. Did you guys ever find any kind of reasoning or correlation for that, for them going up also, or is it just kind of an active reshuffling? How did that happen?
Yeah, Google clusters things. So we've noticed this, and this is true with the local search algorithm. Like sometimes if another business has a major impact, we'll see other ones get like clumped in as well. So I've seen cases where literally like getting rid of the first listing in a 3-pack changes the entire order of the entire list. We've seen this time and time again. So I would assume that that clustering effect happens with reviews as well. Whereas like, oh, if this is now the leader, then ones that are kind of similar to the leader would also get clustered in there. That's what I think happened with the reviews.
Interesting. Thanks.
In your study, did you look at owner reviews responses and owner review response length?
We did not. And that's one thing that I wish we had, because I was like, oh, I've been asked that question a few times. We've never seen any correlation with owner responses making any difference for ranking or for any of that stuff. But it's hard to measure too, because I'd have to find a business that had no owner responses to even like, and then have them add a bunch. So it's a really hard thing to measure. I would suggest doing it either way. Like I always tell people, respond to reviews because the person gets an email alert. So it's like a customer service thing. It's like you're basically thanking them for leaving your review.
Sorry, one more. Actually, two. When you said 10 reviews, you meant 10 total. Is that what, or is it 10 over a period of time?
For,
The first comment.
oh, for ranking,
Yeah.
10 total.
Total. And so then I didn't catch, you gave an example of a company that went like 6 months and kind of flatlined. I kind of missed the point. I apologize if you could just.
Yeah, so it's just a matter of like if you get to a certain level and then just stop, you're going to probably find your ranking will drop over time. So yeah, so like your rankings in the 3-pack. So we've seen that basically like having kind of a constant flow of reviews, it makes sense. Google might think that that business is like dying off or nobody likes it anymore. Like if you think about it practically. But it usually happens in conjunction with algorithm updates. So we see an algorithm update, and if like somebody does badly with an algorithm update, when we look at their reviews, that's a pattern we see often. They haven't had any new reviews in like 6 or 8 months. So they've lost that steam.
Is it only impacting though the position ranking in the 3-pack, or
Yeah.
is it outside of that? It doesn't have an impact outside of that?
Yeah, organic is like, as far as I can tell, reviews on your Google business profile have no impact on like your organic.
It's only on the 3-pack.
Yeah. Yeah, there's certain, like same with your business category or things, like whatever business category you put on your listing, that impacts where the listing ranks, but it wouldn't impact your website as a whole organically. 2 different beasts.
Okay, well, let's give another round of applause.
Oh yeah, I'll be here for, I just need to turn off this.